I remember training with my father in the years after the rat plague. Someday, he said, our enemies will come for you. The sounds and smells of Dunwall never change much. This is my city. What training regimen does Father have in store for me today?
All right, Majesty. Let's see what you can do.
All right, good.
You'll have to sprint, vault the obstacle, then slide under.
Never doubted I could make that. What's next? If only I could spend every day running and jumping. Now let's see how quick my feet are.
Come to me. Sprint to build up speed before you jump. Let's see how quiet you are, young lady.
Father's always on about the value of quiet feet.
Move up. That's my girl. Don't let me hear you or see you. Crouch down and approach from behind.
Didn't see anything at all.
Most people won't notice you if you're above them.
Quiet as a lynx stalking a gazelle.
Remember, a pistol will wake up everyone in the building. Your crossbow is quiet. Perfect shot. Time for some more weapons and combat training. Let's beat each other up, shall we? Yes. Come on. That's my daughter. When someone swings a sword at you, block. Block with your blade. Good. Well done. Very good. You've got a natural instinct for fighting. If you time your block right, you'll throw an enemy off balance. You're quick. Smart move. That That'd stop even the most black-hearted killer. You can choke an enemy out, even in combat. Go for the fatality. Feel better knowing you can take care of yourself. When trouble does finally come, you're ready to fight.
Why do we celebrate the anniversary of an assassination? 15 years ago, in the middle of a plague that nearly destroyed Dunwall, a paid killer assaulted the palace where I was born and stabbed my mother in the heart. In the aftermath, the men who sent the assassin tried to use me as a pawn in a game of power. They would have succeeded, but my father, Corvo Attano, hunted them down and cut their conspiracy to pieces. All these years later, am I the ruler my mother wanted me to be? Now, we face a new crisis. A monster the papers are calling the Crown Killer has been picking off my enemies and dressing it up like my father and I are responsible. I don't know whether to get on a ship and sail to the opposite side of the world, or to have everyone around me executed.
Watch your step, Majesty.
I'm not looking forward to all the ceremony today.
Your signet ring. There, you're ready.
Thank you, Alexei. Open the doors.
All hail Her Imperial Majesty, Emily Caldwin.
Loyal subjects, we're going through a difficult time, but today we honor my mother, the late Jessamine Caldwin. May her memory survive through the ages.
Emily.
You look tired, Father.
Every year, I think the anniversary of Jessamine's death will be easier, but it never is.
I wish Mother was still the Empress. I don't think I'm very good at this.
You're still learning. Don't worry about the rabble-rousers, and we'll catch the Crown Killer, eventually.
People are saying it's you. That these assassinations are a misguided effort to protect me.
No, someone's trying to make us look guilty by targeting your enemies.
I wish I could just run away from all this.
Sometimes you do. You think I don't know about your nights out on the rooftops? Courage. The ceremony will be over soon.
Royal Protector and Father. I should have passed a law against that combination of titles years ago.
Your Majesty, before we begin the day's observances, we have an unexpected visitor, the Duke of Serkonos.
Ramsay says the Duke is bringing special gifts.
That's intriguing.
His Grace Luca Abel, Duke of Serkonos!
Mechanical soldiers? Amazing.
What is this, Ramsay? I didn't authorize those things.
Your Imperial Majesty and Royal Protector Corvo Attano, a native of our homeland. Serkonos offers condolences on this sorrowful day, and gifts to remind you of our nation, the rising star on the southern horizon.
We thank you, Your Grace.
Save your thanks. For now, I give you the greatest gift of all, family. I present the lost sister of Jessamine Caldwin, your rightful Empress, Delilah Caldwin.
Impossible.
My mother had a sister?
dearest niece. Hello.
It's not true.
My father was Emperor Yuhorn Jacob Caldwin, and Jessamine was my younger sister. At the time of her death, I wasn't ready to make myself known to you, and I was forced to leave Dunwall. But now I'm home.
If you really are my mother's sister, you're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Little Sparrow, blackened by bad memories, I'm here to relieve you of your crown. My father's promise, whispered in secret so many years ago, is now fulfilled.
Watch your tongue. Emily Caldwin is the daughter of Empress Jessamine Caldwin.
Royal Protector. How naive to think you could get away with these murders. Living in my palace has protected you, but that's over. Hear me, all of you. Your rightful Empress has returned.
All hail the Empress Delilah, first of her name. Arrest Emily Caldwin and her father for the Crown Killer murder.
What?
Sword can't still my heart. You in cold marble. No! Sweet girl, over time you will come to love me. Perhaps someday you'll see me as the mother you lost. But until then, you'll be kept out of trouble.
I'll lock Lady Emily in her chambers, and I'll bring her to Coldstream Prison until her trial. My father lost it all when I was a boy, so now I wear this uniform, and I send 20-year-olds out to patrol the rose gardens instead of drinking with the men from the shooting club.
Captain Ramsey, I heard shouting. Lady Emily, what happened?
That'll be all, Captain Mayhew.
No!
So that's the Royal Protector's fancy weapon. What kind of sword folds in half? There's a legend in the Tower Guard about the Empress's last resort, a safe room inside your chambers holding enough gold to buy a good-sized island. They say that this ring is one of the only 2 keys to exist.
What happened? Alexei. The throne room. Father. Nothing I can do alone. I need to get out of here.
Sir, how long is it going to take, Captain? Your horse is Corporal Dial.
Should I just spin it and pick a place to hide for a while? I need time to think.
Living back in fashion in Dunwall. You'd be smart to remember that.
These bastards are working with Ramsey and the Duke of Serkonos. How many times have I looked at that skyline? It feels like everything just changed. Delilah is some sort of witch. How is this possible?
Lady Emily, where's the Royal Protector?
There's a coup underway. My father is... he's imprisoned, for lack of a better word.
You've got to get out of the tower. Through your safe room. There was a captain earlier today, down at the docks, looking for the Royal Protector. Find her. Get out of Dunwall.
Alexei, I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Accept my transfer. I've got to get over to one of the other districts.
Traitors.
Throne room blocked off, we should have the time we need. Just stay here and stall anyone who comes by. I'll be back when I've searched the royal chambers, assuming I don't accidentally lock myself in this damn safe room.
We'll cover for you if anyone from the Duke's party returns. This is
Trouble
exciting.
has found us again, Mother.
Yes, the natural order is reasserting itself. The Ramseys once hosted the King and Queen of Morley, did you know that? I spent my childhood playing with the Buntings and the Boyles, cream of society.
And very soon you'll be back at the top, Captain.
Ramsay's family fell from the aristocracy, and apparently the man holds a grudge. How it's my fault, that's beyond me. But one way or another, Ramsay is too dangerous to be left in play.
Two more months, she says. And she'll leave.
You. This won't leave my hand again. Anton Sokolov made this lock. I spent so many nights in here after the rat plague. This could be handy. I have a feeling I'll need these. Old Samuel made this. I'm glad he didn't live to see me driven out of Dunwall Tower. The reserves won't help against Delilah, even if I had a way to carry it all out of here. I'd better take these. Until I understand this, I have to go into hiding. I should make my way to the docks. I've got to get out of Dunwall. Get away. I should talk to the captain of that ship. What do I have to do to help my father? What do I have to become? The city is crawling with the Duke's men.
Listen up, I have bad news. Ramsey's dead. Corporal Moore checked the royal quarters, and Emily Coldwin has apparently fled the scene. We've got to find her. That's it. You've got your orders. Spread out and find the fugitive. We're in this with the Duke of Circano, sink or swim. There's no way to turn back now.
Stop!
Night at the body house. One.
You're not fit for the watch uniform.
Attention Dunwall citizens. As of today, Delilah Caldwin is our new empress. All hail Delilah, first of her name.
Further, the former Empress, Emily Coldwin, is now wanted for treason. Any of you found harboring Emily Coldwin will be fined and arrested. Fined and arrested.
People of Dunwall, stay in your homes. You're advised to stay indoors during this time of unrest.
What am I, like a stocking without a leg? That's what. Nothing. Worse than nothing.
Traitorous dog.
It gotta be soon. I can't stand my own stench.
My family and I moved here 3 years ago. Biggest mistake we ever made.
So it's a coup. The Caldwins have finally... Shh. We shouldn't be talking about this.
Until later,
Once I
then.
told her 1,000 times, it ain't my job to check on
What? That's not right.
What's going on here?
This shirt reeks. I got...
Air feels heavy. Hard to get a good lungful.
I imagine that? No, I'm sure.
What's going on?
I wonder who that was.
I'll search with you.
Something moved. I'm pretty sure of it.
Looked like, I don't know, but I saw something.
Found anything yet?
Be on your guard, right, boys?
All right.
I'm about half
There's
sure
no one
there's
here.
something going on. Next time. Hey.
South. Don't even know it.
Hello?
Nothing then.
Let's see. What was it? Better search the office very carefully.
Poor guy.
For the sake of your family, turn over. Wanted for murder and treason.
People of Dunwall, aiding a fugitive is now punishable by death. Aid the City Watch in this time of transition.
What am I going to do? Something's going on at Dunwall Tower all across this cursed city. Where are you, Corvo Attano? Hey! Over here!
Lady Emily, you won't get far with that face. Stamped on half the coins in the city.
There's a coup underway, and I'm being blamed for the Crown Killer murders. I don't care what my face looks like.
My name's Megan Foster. I work with an old ally of yours, Anton Sokolov. We learned something scary down in the south, and I came to warn you.
I know, Anton, but Corvo's gone. The Duke of Serkonos is here with a woman named Delilah. They massacred everyone in the throne room. Then she did something I can't explain. There was nothing to do but run.
Sometimes that's all you can do. This is my ship, the Dreadful Whale. We can head out as soon as you're ready.
I need to get to Karnaca where the Crown Killer murders started. Delilah must have been down there for a while, and I've got to figure out what's going on.
You're Corvo's daughter. I'll give you that. Should we go?
Yes, I'm ready. Am I still aboard Megan's ship? Feels odd. What is this place? Where am I? I can feel something moving closer. Watch.
Empress Emily Caldwin. I am a friend of your father's from the bad old days. I never expected us to meet. I watched your mother die at the hands of schemers who wanted your little empire. Then you were rescued by a man in a strange mask. I thought that was the end of the excitement. But someone yanked the rug from under your feet. You've lost your throne and your father. And I promise, Delilah won't just give them back. So, what are you prepared to do about it? Your Imperial Majesty? And are you clever enough to do it without spilling a river of blood? I asked Corvo those questions 15 years ago. This is the moment that changed him. Now it's your turn.
It burns from the inside. I feel like I'm standing at the edge of something. All the stories, they're true. Incredible. This is how I'm going to save my father and reclaim the throne. What is that?
Know you. Do you remember? It's been so long, and you've been through so much. Even as an echo of myself, it's good to know you're there.
Mother? You're here, but you're not here. In my hand, but somewhere else.
Only the last of my essence, with you for a while. If only I could reach across this great expanse and take you into my arms. But I have this to offer. My gift and my curse. Summon me to your hand, and I will guide you when I can. Stars in the sky here. There is no sky. You shouldn't be here. No one should.
Who is Delilah really? How could she? I don't understand.
In thousands of years, few have seen this place. 3 were empresses.
There's no one quite like Delilah. I watched her pull herself up from blood and filth until she was in a position to steal from the wisest scholars in the Empire. Survival and ambition, art and magic, with a cunning that makes fawning sycophants of those around her, all of it leading to what you saw at Dunwall Tower. Delilah's playing the long game. She took all the abuse the world could deal out, and now she has a crown. But I'll let you in on a secret. She's got her eyes set on a much greater prize.
When I was 10 years old, bored with my lessons, I dreamed about sword fighting and sailing the ocean. Now I'm realizing that the world is stranger than I ever imagined. Everything I know has been turned on its head, but I'm dealing with it the best I can. When you look at the great jeweled map at Dunwall Tower, Karnaca is the southernmost port in the Empire. A fat, red ruby. That's how I always thought of it. Up close, the city smells like the ocean and strange spices. Up close, it's a tangled story of blood and ambition. The birthplace of my father. Megan Foster is a stranger, but there's something that makes me want to trust her, despite her guarded disposition. She got me out of Dunwall, and I need answers. Delilah and the Duke made me look like a murderer, using the Crown Killer to butcher my political adversaries. They took what was mine, and I'm gonna get it back.
You're up. When you're ready to talk, I'll tell you what I know.
All right. You've explained part of it. But what were you and Sokolov doing here?
The old man loved Karnaca, but he'd caught wind of a conspiracy tied to the Crown Killer. He wanted to warn Corvo.
There are reports about tensions rising. Corruption, street violence. I didn't give it much mind. Usually the local authorities resolve that sort of thing.
The new Duke has let things slide. But Sokolov concluded he might be the head of the conspiracy. He came in looking shocked, and if you've heard his after-dinner stories, you know that's unusual. We were going to set out for Dunwall, but something happened.
The Crown Killer.
Yes, the hatch ripped open and Sokolov screamed. All I caught was a glimpse of someone carrying him across the deck. I followed as long as I could, toward Addermeyer Institute. It's run by the alchemist Hypatia. Maybe the Duke is using a patient of hers, the Crown Killer.
Addermeyer. All right. I'll get inside. The Crown Killer has to be eliminated, and if the alchemist will cooperate, maybe I can learn something about what happened to Sokolov. Wish me luck.
If you need my luck, Sokolov's as good as dead. When you get done at the Institute, disable the watchtower. Once it's down, I'll bring the boat around. We'll take the skiff to the shore when you're ready.
Mortimer Ramsey. The Duke couldn't have pulled off the coup without someone inside the City Watch. Delilah. My aunt, if that's really true. She has a twisted way of looking at the world. This Dr. Hypatia, she seems to represent the good that's possible within the Empire. Looks like the overland route to the Addermeyer Institute goes through the carriage station. Why is this here? It's Delilah.
Dearest Emily, or must I say...
I'll always miss my lessons with Anton Sokolov. He makes so many clever devices during my mother's time.
Murders happening across the Empire, committed by this
Ready for me to drop you at the docks?
Let's go see the streets where my father grew up.
Off we go then.
It won't do to be recognized.
I'd take you to Addermeyer by boat, but security's too tight. The Grand Guard have a watchtower there. Go inland and use the carriage station. Before his death, the old Duke of Serkono spent decades building up Karnaca. After Duke Luca Abel took over, he started draining the wealth out of the city as fast as he could. Orgies and week-long feasts.
Having more fun here than we were in Dunwall, it seems.
Watch yourself on the way to Addermeyer. The Duke's given the Grand Guard run of the city. Strangers get attacked on sight.
I'll keep my head down.
This is a good spot. Reach Addermeyer, take out the Crown Killer, and find out where Sokolov was taken. The alchemist, Hypatia. She'll help if she can. Sokolov likes her.
I'll see you later at Addermeyer. Just wait to bring up the boat until after I've disabled the watchtower.
Welcome to Karnaca, stranger. No need to cover your face. There's not much dust from the mines down here at the docks.
You know the skipper?
The dreadful whale. No, it's not on the registry. Maybe one of the recent importers from Morgan.
Let's give it a day or two. If she's still there, I can ask her friend.
Your face is covered. Are you worried someone might recognize you?
Can't say I didn't warn. Let's see what you
Hello
got.
there.
We're playing dice tonight. Ken?
You're not from here, am I right? Welcome to Karnaca, then.
Me, of course, as always.
Sure.
Fellow Serkonans, in the Duke's absence, I have the following announcement. New restrictions are now in place due to the political assassinations conducted in the name of the former Empress, Emily Caldwin, and carried out by the former Royal Protector, Corvo Attano. The Grand Serkonan Guard will be stopping and questioning all foreigners.
Don't be greedy, friend. Oh, you're kind. Thank you. If you want to get past that wall of light, I've heard people sneaking through this blood-fly-infested apartment. Going through there will get you to the other side of that Grand Guard checkpoint. There's garbage in the streets. And blood, let's hope you never need help.
Come here.
new customer. With coin, I bet. Ah, you want blueprints for better weaponry. Glad we could do business. You won't regret it. Come back soon. I mean, if I'm still here. Come in, my friend. I like how you spend. I'll take that deal. Shouldn't deal with strangers. Why you cover your face is not my affair.
Fellow Serkonans, let us rejoice at the crowning of our new Empress Delilah Caldwin I, and the arrival of His Grace Luca Abel, Duke of Serkonos, now Royal Consort.
You know that was supposed to go to us. What are we supposed to do now? We're out of money.
Give him a chance to tell his side.
It wasn't his fault.
Fellow Serkonans, in the Duke's absence, I have the following announcement. This year's bloodfly concern is the most severe in recent memory. If you encounter a nest or an infected...
You bloodflies stop us?
I'm in. Just remember to move slowly, and don't get too close to the nests.
We don't even know if the people inside had any money. We just know they're dead, and the place is infested with bloodflies.
Carl, going through there puts us on the other side of the wall of light.
If you want out of the city as bad as I do, this is our chance.
No. More likely we all get stung to death. Then we end up hatching more bloodflies for the next group of idiots who try to get inside.
Damn it, Carl.
All right. Don't turn on each other. We'll find another way to make the coin, and another way to get past the wall of light.
It's infested, all right. Move slowly, stay away from the nests, and try to avoid getting filled with bloodfly venom and eggs. Why do so many have so little? It was never meant to be this way.
Just draw it. Don't waste the blood. You don't know anything. They're all bad people, like I told you.
Everyone is looking.
How'd the execution go?
Move along. We're conducting a search for heretical artifacts.
What? Here? Listen, I only need...
This area is restricted on the authority of the Abbey. No one is allowed inside.
Karnaca was a lovely city once, before the Duke began choking the life out of the place. Before the Crown Killer started painting the walls red. Now you're here, and I have to wonder whether you're gonna give it that final nudge, or pull it back from the edge. We've both seen cities go bad before. Vermin, blood, and betrayal. It's happening again. I hope you're ready.
To take solace once again in the litany on the White Cliffs.
Instead, they're made in a few locations.
I say this now to all the faithful in our society.
Far
Your
worse to have the knowledge
should
and
be first
construction
and
materials
most fiercely
scattered
to your
across the island.
families, to
The
your
metals
neighbors,
used to make the devices
and
aren't
to the
usually
abbey
rare.
of the everyman.
The techniques, if applied by anyone but the most faithful, resolute overseers, would border on heresy.
I suppose you're correct. It grieves me to imagine what cultists might accomplish if they took the music boxes and perverted them to their own ends.
Exactly,
From the
brother.
spoiled
Much better to
touch of
protect
the
such a powerful
outsider
tool.
himself.
Assemble them in
Hold
secret
closest to
and
the
dispatch
seven
them across the
strictures.
Empire where they're needed. We'll fight against the supernatural.
Which now sits on the throne in Dun.
subscription. No.
Vice Overseer Liam Byrne.
Heretic's body is important, even though I don't fully understand the situation. We'll wait for the Vice Overseer.
When should Byrne arrive?
He's engaged currently. He'll send someone else. No, I've dusted it already. We should be fine here for now. But mark me, anyone who shows up here has ill will at heart. There are no coincidences in Karnaca.
And all things in between. Trust in the Abbey. My friends, trust in the Abbey.
There is a tale, a decade and a half old. A tale most often shared from overseer to overseer.
Every man in these people want to listen, they never do.
We give our lives to both chastise and protect. Sometimes, tales are told within our mightiest enclave. During our most remote pilgrimages, it is the dark story of a man
coins in the world.
most high within the Abbey who was banished during the Rat Plague. His name may not be spoken, and all written record of his existence has been erased. So grave were his errors. To fall from the pinnacle of discipline to the muddiest ditch of disgrace, that is his tale. To once wear the cloth of the high overseer, and to later bear the heretic's brand across the flesh of his face.
Even filth.
How?
What? Someone protect me! Help me! Someone! Anyone! That's not right!
Let's eat up. Q, arrest, U and V, double V, X, Y's and Z. Now I got my A's and Z's. Tell me what you think of me.
Come back here! Someone help! No! 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 You're thinking me! Suffer! Get off me! Bloodfly! Help! Bloodfly! The bloodfly! Help!
Pretty sure I saw someone.
Someone help! Hold on! I'm coming! At last! Take this! Can't see anyone! She's wounded!
What can I see?
What's happening now?
Wait, Willier's here somewhere.
What's going on here? I don't have time for games.
I don't want to die! Help me! Someone! Anyone!
Can't stay hidden forever!
I told Miss Lucia Pastor that they wouldn't let us take the carriage. Adameyer's closed in public.
We'll have to try again. We'll have to see about their vacation.
They don't let anyone see her anymore. Not even people who need urgent treatment.
If we tell them that we represent Lucia Pastor and the Miners Family Committee, they can't refuse us. Hundreds of miners.
right, boys?
That's Addermeyer in the distance.
Starting to feel dodgy.
You miserable rat. I told you what would happen if you reported me. I warned you.
Please, you gave me no choice.
Please? It's too late for that, Rapallo. Guess what
Light.
happens next?
From the time of the rat plague.
This is how we get rid of snitches. If anyone asks, he just ran through it.
Yeah, we couldn't stop him.
Hey, is the windmill turning all right up there? No problems?
Don't worry, it's turning.
Good. I like this setup better than using the well oil tanks. The wind won't run dry.
East of the windmill, these break down just as often in a different way. And they
Can't
also
stay
work
hidden
charge
forever.
sometimes.
The wind picks up too strong? Like in a storm?
Trust me, don't stand too close to the wall of light.
Then I must be prepared. Whatever may come, whatever may lurk in the night.
The carriage rails are electrified.
I'll check around here.
Show
Addermeyer
yourself.
Station. This should take me out to the Institute.
Let's have a fair fight.
Show yourself and state your name.
Where is she? Damn it! I saw you. No use hiding.
You know.
Hello? Anybody?
Who that was?
Don't make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that.
Come on! I don't have time for games.
Show yourself. We're all waiting for you.
Nothing.
Hello?
Stay sharp.
Need to find something.
Someone there.
Look everywhere.
It's too late now.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Let's have a look around.
More Grand Guard soldiers. Best to avoid.
Someone there?
Intruder! Come it! No! Everywhere!
Whoa! What was that?
Hey!
Huh?
The Addermeyer Institute of Infectious Disease. Alexandria Hypatia, chief alchemist. Once it was a solarium for recuperating aristocrats. Now it's a place of alchemical study. The Crown Killer's taking lives in my name and has to be stopped. It's my hope that Hypatia can explain. They say she's brilliant and altruistic. Well respected across Zirconos.
gonna send someone out here to check on her. It's odd, but he keeps an eye on her.
I so enjoy watching history warp as words pass from the lips of one to the ears of another. Imperfectly formed, half understood, poorly remembered. In the years to come, the story of the Crown Killer will be twisted and bent, hammered like soft metal. By some accounts, a monster that had to be put down. By others, a victim of treachery, preserved because in the end, you found another way. But you'll always remember the truth, won't you? Your truth, at least.
Sure she stays where we want.
Think you're being quiet?
Shit! Right there! No! Somebody's down!
Huh? What?
Another victim! How can anyone do
do such a thing.
What the fuck is going on here? No! The killer got another one! I'll kill you for this.
Someone there? What? Damn!
Ready? This shouldn't take long.
The alarm! What's going on? She's out of ammunition! You aren't going anywhere!
He's wounded! Let me finish her!
You won't get away!
Blackouts are worse, and my dreams have taken a turn towards the disturbing. Even rest eludes me. Duke of Bell seemed overprotective at first, but increasingly, I'm a prisoner in my own lab. Soldiers stationed here leave me alone. And I feel like I'm being watched. What really saddens me is the loss of my work. I've always thrived on my
How can anyone do such a thing? I just can't.
What's going on here?
Something under my fingernails again. What was I working with? Iodine.
Dad? Are you a patient of mine? I'm sorry. I should know that.
I'm here to ask you about something.
Do you cover your face because you were hurt? The afflictions we treat here are more common than anyone likes to admit.
I'm not here for treatment. I'm looking for Anton Sokolov.
Sokolov? Yes, he was here for a short time, but she took him away to see Kirin Jindosh. Do you hear something?
What about the Crown Killer? The patient of yours?
The Crown Killer? That name came from the newspapers. I'm afraid I don't... Oh yes, the murders. I was in Dunwall, studying diseases found among whaling crews. Wait, did someone just call me? I've been forgetting things. The Crown Killer is an interesting case. I feel almost sure I could help with that. It's just, I used to do such good work and now my memory is failing me. Who is that calling me? Excuse me. Something is terribly wrong. But I can't put my finger on it.
You did well finding Anton Sokolov, my friend. The old man was with Kirin Jindosh, who was prying him apart, digging out all his secrets.
I wonder what she would say about this.
I come and I go, putting my patient to sleep as I want. But even when she's awake,
The newspaper is something to write about and give the people of the Empire fodder for their nightmares.
Finally!
I'm going to chew on your eye, love.
You can't cut me without cut...
Sorry, Doctor. It had to be done.
Never mind. I'm bored.
I'll never get used to it. 2 more months, she said.
Who's that?
Someone's shooting at us! By the boy! What? That was...
That's the watchtower.
I'll lay low until you're finished. Can we leave this place yet? I don't like it. Ready now?
Yes. Let's get back to the ship.
You didn't find Sokolov.
No. But I killed Hypatia.
You what?
She was the Crown Killer. The Duke tricked her into injecting herself with a flawed version of her serum. It changed her. She wasn't even aware of it.
Crazy. What about Anton?
They gave him to a man named Kieran Jindosh. Do you know who that is?
Everybody knows him. The grand inventor of Zirconos.
And who's next? In his day, Sokolov was Dunwall's genius. He transformed our city with his inventions. Electricity for the factories and carriages racing along above the streets. As I grew up, his buzzing and glowing devices kept me safe. His stories always made me giggle, and his outrageous conversations shocked aristocrats and overseers alike. Now, all these years later, Kieran Jindosh is Karnaka's genius. A mad inventor who has given the Duke sinister machines that move like people but aren't. Clockwork soldiers that fight and kill. We've got to find out where Sokolov's being held and bring the old man back alive. Rescue one genius and cage the other before he creates an army of clockwork soldiers.
Possible the good doctor didn't know she was the Crown. It's time to go get Sokolov. Ready?
I am.
All right. Let's get underway. Jindosh is important to the Duke's inner circle. The Grand Guard watches his mansion, and they'll call down the entire city if they find out who you are.
I'll make sure they don't. You said there's a wall of light cutting off access to the carriage station?
Yes, but there's a black market shop nearby. They sell on the sly. Ever use a rewiring tool?
Corvo taught me the theory.
Good. Get past the wall of light, then ride the carriage to where Jindosh lives. And there's a reason people are afraid of his mansion.
I'll get it done.
Emily, take care of this crazy man and his clockwork soldiers, then bring Sokolov back. He means a lot to me.
you a story about Kirin Jindosh, a prodigy from Karnaka. Self-taught, he was hailed by the Academy of Natural Philosophy as a genius who would surpass Sokolov and bring about an age of enlightenment. But just 2 years after his arrival, he was banned from the Academy for life, for reasons that are still not public. When they deported him, he left behind a machine that drank seawater, playing music that brought listeners to tears. They probably took it apart, and it has never worked since.
And who's got to clean it up? Of course. As always.
Just one time. Is that too much to ask?
Shirt reeks. Gotta get a spare uniform.
Hey! Won't get away! Hey, back here! What the?
This isn't... You aren't going anywhere!
She's wounded! Let's finish her! This can't be! By the boy!
I know you're here somewhere.
Me there!
Where is she, damn it?
Show yourself and state your name.
if you're not with the guard, I'm happy to serve. I don't know you.
I'm new to Karnaka. I need a tool that can rewire a wall of light, the kind the Grand Guard uses, and I'd prefer not to explain myself.
I can help you out, but not right now. Don't even linger here. I'm supposed to get a visit from Paolo, someone you don't want to meet. Come back later.
Understood.
You should go. We can do business another time. Like I said, Paolo is coming by. I think he's here. Hide yourself.
Lock it down. This won't take long. Make sure we have some privacy.
Stuck over here. He's gone. What happened?
Greetings. What just happened?
He changed. Right at the end. Paolo's not just a gang leader.
Come in. I might have what you've been asking for. Welcome. I am sure you will find exactly what you're looking for. You won't be sorry. A deal well made. Do find me again. Sometimes I wish I had the Grand Inventor among my clients. But I've heard he's not so easy to please.
Hey. Appreciate it. I'll let you in on the secret. I saw people coming and going recently, looking for whale oil, up to something. You watch yourself. A Grand Guard, aren't you?
You there! I need your help.
Over here! Time to die! I don't want to die. Here, with me!
I'll keep that nice scarf of yours.
I'll crush you in half! She won't go
No,
in!
you try.
I bet you...
Come back here!
This won't take long.
I'm gonna cut you into
You
pieces!
shouldn't have wandered outside without me. She got nuts! You there! I need your help.
Wouldn't miss that.
When the Grand Guard go into the place and see it packed solid with blood flies, they burn the building to the ground. And the
onto a path. No. Let us be lost here together for a moment.
See Jindosh's mansion from here. Carriage line is blocked. I'll have to unlock the gate.
My shift. Then I can go home.
Who's that?
Put my feet up.
Hey!
That's it! Let's go!
She's wounded! Let's finish her!
One of us is down! What? Somebody's down!
Huh? I've seen enough for a lifetime! Another victim! No! The killer got another one! What? Oh! Take this!
It's coming from over there! Did you hear that? No! So let's...
Thought I saw someone right here. Damn! This won't take long. Ah! Ha! You're done!
Why should I
People
trust
don't
someone
hide
who
their
hides their
faces
face?
unless they're up to something bad.
I can't do anything for you. You'd better run.
Leave me alone!
That's not right!
I don't want to die!
Someone protect me!
Someone! Anyone!
Huh? What?
The mansion has a strange beauty to it. Maybe I'll find a way to end this without killing Kiran Jindosh. All right, I need to eliminate Jindosh and find Anton Sokolov. Who would build something like this? And why?
Someone's activated one of the mechanisms in my house.
Jindosh.
Welcome, visitor. My home is always open. It's one of my great curiosities, seeing how the common mind navigates these shifting rooms. I'm Kiran Jindosh, but you must know that. I invite you to meet me face to face. Come over to the glass door, here in the upper hall. Now that I see you, I've worked out who you are. Not a hired cutthroat. Your clothes are too fine. An aristocratic thrill seeker? That's closer. You've trained with weapons formally, but you're not a salon fencer. There's a bit of back alley in your movements. All that, and you have your father's eyes, your imperial majesty. Welcome, Lady Emily Caldwin.
Impressive, Jindosh. Then you must also know why I'm here.
I'd assume my involvement with the Duke brought you to my door. Or maybe you're after washed-up Anton Sokolov, comfortably residing in the assessment chamber. Either way, come find me and take whatever it is you seek. But if you fall, I'll have your body carried to my lab for dissection and study. Until either comes to pass, your secret is safe with me.
I'll see you soon, Jindosh.
Until then. Clockwork Soldier.
The space behind the walls.
In part, I made this place for luxury and spectacle, I suppose, but it's more than that. This place is a testament to engineering itself. Running search protocol. When displayed, search is underway. Extending exploration of the area. It indicates the search protocol is underway. The machine is still searching. Continue search. Search playback. Okay, the machine has detected. I sense something. I know where you are. General detection. Triggering electrostatic discharge. Combat enemy evasion. Successful. Quarry lost. Playback for unambiguous enemy. This place is someone eludes. You're quite close now. I can't remember any other visitor getting so far. You're surprised. Anticipation. Lost enemy. That's it. Closer and closer. I'm waiting. Quarry lost. Successful. At last, Imperial Majesty, you found me. You realize you're only the second person to set foot in this room, the most sophisticated laboratory in the Isles. Please, try not to damage anything as you die. Clockwork Soldier, dispatch this intruder. Registered.
Kieran Jindosh.
Identified a lifeless.
Goodbye, Grand Inventor.
Fast Protocol 6. Combat Protocol 8. That indicates a young woman armed. Unauthorized presence. Playback indicates often detached. Is the head detached? Identifying the enemy's instinct. Playback indicates some cooling down. Enemy evasion successful. This place is something.
Is this thing?
Once the royal physician and head of the Academy of Natural Philosophy. In your prime, the most sought-after painter in all the Empire. My hero in younger days. Now, my puppet. If you're going to use this inelegant device, get on with it, Jindosh. I'm not sure what you hope to accomplish. I must admit to feeling a bit of professional curiosity as to the function of the apparatus. Patience, friend, patience. The sequence of events is important. You'll come to understand why and where does it go when it disappears?
What cruelty is this? Maybe death was a mercy compared to what Jindosh's electroshock machine would have done to him.
But what it can do is take from you the thing you love the most. Your precious intellect. If you won't agree to collaborate over the...
Entering combat state. Damage to head. Increasing our protection. The machine has lost its quarry.
Did you hear that?
Quarry lost. Standing by. Configuration A. Assessment chamber reconfiguring. Standing by. Configuration B. Assessment chamber reconfiguring. Standing by.
Sokolov.
Emily Coldwin, if you're here, things have gone further than I thought. But Kieran Jendosh?
Not a threat anymore.
You were an interesting little girl. You've become a fascinating woman.
Days, I'm leaving the city. Back to the countryside for me.
They accept my transfer. I've got to get over to one of the other districts.
Stand clear! I'm bringing up the arc pylon!
What's so dead? You've been what's going on here?
Aristocratic profile.
My signal!
Hostile. Combat protocol.
Deal with her!
Still!
This won't take long!
You little shit!
I've got just the thing for
Playback
you!
for unambiguous enemy. Playback for combat protocols. Playback indicates lost enemy. Increasing oil tank temperature. Activation of the machine has identified a lifeless body.
nuisance to the city.
Didn't anybody tell you?
I don't like that. Better have a look. Think you're safe over there?
You did it. How is he?
He's frail and wounded, but he'll recover.
I didn't think it was possible. You must have a story to tell. I'll hear it back at the ship.
Let's go then. The void, but somehow different this time.
Surprised I can pull you into this place? The outsider marked me long ago. I made you flee your precious tower and turned your father into cold stone. How difficult for you. But when I was young, sweet Jessamine and I were close as sisters, sharing a secret. Emperor Kaldwin had another daughter, born in shame to a kitchen maid.
Am I dreaming? If not, how is Delilah doing this?
I told you when you're older, perhaps next year.
You said that last year. Jessamine's younger than me, and she's a court every day.
Business, well, it's complicated. You'll understand someday.
What did I do? I'll be good. I swear.
Next year, I promise.
During the day, Jessamine and I played games in the tower. But at night, I'd go back to the servants' quarters to cockroaches and thin gruel. Emperor Daddy would visit and tell me if I was good. Next year, I'd be old enough to come to court to be a princess. Then one day, pretty Jessamine broke something worth a fortune, and the spy master caught us. She claimed I did it, and he whipped me in the garden house until I bled. My mother lost her kitchen job, and that night we were out on the streets with no place to sleep. I didn't bring it.
Would you like to tell me the name?
We were just playing.
Young Lady Jessie, what is your account?
It was her! Delilah's light. She broke it.
Mother and I saw the nastiest parts of Dunwall, ending up in debtor's prison. Jessamine died quick on an assassin's blade, but my mother lingered for weeks after a fat guard broke her jaw. They threw me out when she died. I looked up at the lights of Dunwall Tower and swore revenge. Washing bedsheets in a brothel, I painted on the side, until Anton Sokolov took me as a student. That's the polite word for it. I was crafty even before the outsider marked me, and survived the worst the Empire could offer. Now it's your turn.
My mother's sick. She needs help.
Your mother kicked off while you were out begging. She's another bag of bones now, girl.
What? No!
Her sentence is served and she'll be tossed out with the others. You can't stay here anymore.
It's hard to know whether my dear old aunt is telling the truth or not. When I saw what they'd done to Anton Sokolov, I wanted to hurt everyone who'd helped Delilah and the Duke of Serkonos pull off their coup. Sokolov is the man who made whale oil into a weapon, who turned back the plague, and now he's barely able to speak. The hands that painted the most powerful men and women of our time shake too badly to hold a spoon. When he does talk, he's going to give me a name. The next step along the way to Dugluka Abel, then Delilah herself. A name. That's all I need.
I'm with you, even in the void. If only I could do more.
Mother? That wasn't a dream, was it?
Am I to blame for Delilah's bitterness?
All this is her doing, and she'll die for it.
Our decisions have weight. I feel my time drawing to an end soon.
Jindosh wanted me to help him with a rather complicated problem. It would have enabled him to make his clockwork soldiers at a fraction of the cost. Clever man.
Not clever enough. What's wrong with people like that?
A restless mind and an empty heart, perhaps. Jindosh would have snuffed me out as soon as he got bored. I appreciate what Emily did for me, freeing me from that place.
I searched for you, Anton. I would have found you.
I knew you'd try, Megan. They kept me going after they gave me to Jindosh.
Either way, you're back now. I'm glad.
Anton, you've had 3 days to rest. Tell me how to kill Delilah.
They tortured him. His body is covered with bruises.
Delilah has the throne, and my father is missing. This is Anton Sokolov, the greatest mind in the Empire.
No, Emily. Megan is right. I can make electricity move from one side of the room to the other, but Delilah is beyond my understanding. When I came to Sarkonos, I meant to leave everything behind. But when the assassination started, I couldn't ignore it. By the time Megan and I connected the murders to the Duke, it was too late. The Crown Killer came for me. It kept me alive from my knowledge, but I saw things. Jindosh often had a visitor, Brianna Ashworth.
She's the curator of the Royal Conservatory.
Yes, Ashworth is dangerous, as obsessed with the occult as Delilah. Apparently, she's working on a device called the Oraculum.
There's more to her than either of you know.
If Ashworth is one of Delilah's lieutenants, I need to eliminate her. Who knows what this device is capable of, or what she's up to. I don't know Duke Luca Abel, but Corvo served under Luca's father, and said Theodanis was a good man.
Wake me when Karnaca starts to burn. What a painting that will make.
We'll take the skiff. I don't want to bring the dreadful whale any closer than we have to. There is a small dock in Syria Gardens, close to the conservatory. That's as far as I can take you. Ready to go?
Yes, let's go.
There'll be a Grand Guard presence outside the Royal Conservatory. Inside, be prepared for anything. Ashworth runs with an eclectic crowd. They'll be the real danger.
Someday I'd like to know more about how you met Ashworth.
I know you would. Trust me. Ashworth is important to Delilah. Which brings up something else. You might be able to exploit the Abbey of the Everyman in removing Ashworth from play. Turns out the Vice Overseer in Karnaca has been watching Ashworth from a hidden outpost near the Royal Conservatory. Check it out first if you want more options. Remember, if she's still working with Delilah, Ashworth is a grave threat.
Thanks, Megan. See you soon.
Outlawed underwood export to protect the trees.
Can't keep track of all the decrees. My client's refurbishing a gazebo, adding an exotic southern touch.
I don't get it.
Today's your lucky day, madam. It's the day you
Welcome. Welcome to my shop. Say, an acquaintance of mine is supposed to be holed up in an office overlooking the Royal Conservatory. Check on them if you're headed that way. I checked myself, but the streets are locked down. I'd make it worth your time.
I'll think about it.
See anything you like? Welcome back. Please, take your time.
What did you do to your marks? Give them a good tap on them. For shit's sake, why do you have to ruin everything? I played my part when I was the victim. How am I supposed to attract these suckers and you won't play along? You're the worst bug I've ever seen.
An excellent choice. It was a pleasure to serve you.
Who opened this door?
Maybe the wind or something.
Hey, what happened here?
Suspicious.
What? Somebody's down. Is someone there?
Once they say something's amiss, then I just can't get comfortable.
I wonder who that was. What was that?
The color of the sea
Swear I
yesterday.
saw someone.
Bad omen.
Be careful!
Bad.
The murderer could be anywhere.
Maybe I should just work a double check. Who's this?
Hey, where do you...
Masked killer? Got some victims were found half devoured.
Did someone shut off the wall of light?
Hey, the wall of light's not working. So let's see. What was it?
Let's have a look.
Brothers and sisters of my blood, and all the little people who make this great.
Fulton and Lieutenant Golders.
They probably ran off, if you ask me. Must have had a thing with each other.
No, she went missing a day.
Look at you, leaving a trail of bloody boot prints across this dying city. Brianna Ashworth would have been miserable as a member of high society, forced to wed some bloated banker. Her only moments of real freedom, getting drunk at fancy balls, and slipping away to couple with strangers. It would have ended in an unhappy marriage and a late-night plunge into an icy river. But just before Mother and Father married her off, so many years ago, she found Delilah instead. It was all highways and graveyards after that, never looking back. Vice Overseer Byrne is an ambitious man, but he believes in the Abbey's mission, protecting the good people of the Empire against the likes of us. You know he'd be happier deep down if this ended with Brianna Ashworth's head on a spike. Maybe yours as well.
I wonder who that was.
You look great. Enrico said to give you his regards.
That donkey-faced cretin can open his wrists for all I care. Did you bring me something? The silver cigarette case, like we agreed?
No, listen, I won't steal anything else. I'm lucky to have room and board at one of the finest places in Karnataka.
Where are you hiding?
Murr must still be around. People of Karnataka. Some of you restrict your mind of new taxes being levied by the Grand Circonian Guard. Let me answer all of this rabble-rousing at once. Disloyalty and sedition will not be tolerated. Look at Duncan Bale, my good friend. He's a patriot. A man who won't stop until he has turned every bit of this land's silver into shiny coin. I asked him to double the number of mine workers, and he did it. No questions, no complaints. Karnataka needed miners, and he produced them. Out of thin air. That's the Circonian spirit. That's what we need.
She's dead.
You look great. Enrico said to give you his regards.
That donkey-faced cretin can open his wrists for all I care. Did you bring me something? The silver cigarette case, like we agreed?
No, listen, I won't steal anything else. I'm lucky.
I'm always alert. Always.
What the?
Brianna Ash.
What the?
Curator of the Royal Conservatory. For a while, I believed Ashworth had some connection to the occult in Karnaca. Something is happening that I don't understand. The overseers are the forward face of the Abbey, but equally important are our sisters from the Oracular Order. To be direct, I suspect something is wrong within their sect. Subtle changes to the types of proclamations they've been making. Small but troubling deviations from tradition. But publicly saying anything along those lines will get me accused of heresy by my rivals within the Abbey. Is it possible that Ashworth has infiltrated the Oracular Order?
So Vice Overseer Byrne thinks Ashworth is interfering with the Oracular Order. If true, it's another reason she has to be eliminated.
Something's
I wonder
wrong
who
around
that
over
was.
there, I'm sure of it.
It's coming from here. Let's see.
I say, bring it on.
People of Karnaca, this is the Duke. Some of you have questioned the stricter mining status and the new taxes being levied by the Grand Circonian Guard. Let me answer all of this rabble-rousing at once. Disloyalty will not be tolerated. Look at Duncan Vance. He's a patriot. He's a patriot.
I need pay.
He has turned every bit of this land's silver into tiny coin. I asked him to double the number of mine workers, and he did it. Karnaca needed miners, and he produced them out of thin air.
inside the Royal Conservatory.
What am I? Like a stocking without a leg, that's what. Nothing.
What a bunch of degenerates.
The water gets nasty sometimes.
You won't get
Time
away!
to collect this bounty. You've been found guilty of standing in my way.
I see Karnaka falling into darkness, hate, and corruption. If only it were not so.
I need to find out how a sword through the heart wasn't enough to kill our new Empress Delilah.
Cannot. After trying to make grave counts for weeks, she gave up. You should have seen the twisted things she made. All snouts and teeth and tails.
That's just the way it is, dear Parmelia. Delilah wears the outsider's mark, and some of what she can do flows down to us.
It doesn't seem.
Think about what... There was some hope on seeing
that first gate!
Oh, how do you want it? Knives with my mind!
Hears you looking at her picture in the forbidden archives. She's going to be cross.
I only had a bit of a peek. Brianna was busy with something elaborate just before Delilah came to Karnaka. I wanted to know what it was.
I'm teasing Tamina.
Jindosh was tiresome. How does this even work?
Who is this man, Kieran Jindosh? And what power does he hold over Brianna? Are they lovers?
Perhaps, but that wouldn't give him any power over Brianna. Jindosh is an ally, an agent of the Duke, gifted in the ways of natural philosophy. Together, they've built something that can pierce the void itself.
I've never seen Brianna work with machines. She's always relied on precious bones and ivory, carved in a room with no light. Silver cogs, covered in stinking grease.
This is a special endeavor, important to Delilah.
Go no farther, stranger!
Delilah!
Stay here and fall there! Come back here! You don't get a chance on my teeth! I'll rip your guts apart! The skin!
What does she mean she's Delilah's favorite? She can't know that. For all anyone knows, I'm the favorite. And why not?
I can feel my power grow. I can hear her voice. I can feel her spirit touching mine.
Would I even be in this situation if you'd lived? This looks important. I wonder what it does.
That's your storyboard. But the harvest will fail. I see it now, all is bare but light. Not rose upon all the fields east of Halstead. And to the south, fields are burning. We must avoid them. Burn the fields. Make a black line across the map to stop the light. Very last minute.
Jindosh die. Someone got inside that strange house of his.
I don't know. Forgive me.
No, my dear. It's a loss. I
Love was
that ancient fool. Never mind. How goes the communion? I am hungry to whisper into the ears of the oracular sisters.
My influence. Vice Overseer Burns' suspicions were right. If I can sabotage Ashworth's communion device, she'll be powerless. Ashworth's journal might tell me more about why Delilah can't be killed. With Ashworth dead, this device is useless.
Delilah fell to the assassin Dowd. Her magic was lost, and the coven scattered. I made a new life in Karnaca. Then I heard her whispering from the void, leading me to the Duke, who heard those same whispers. Together we worked to bring Delilah back into the world, changing the Empire from the home of Aramis Stilton 3 years ago. Across the Isles, all of us who'd been with her at Brigmore and before, we felt the magic return. Others joined. New faces, new blood. Now, Delilah is immortal. Forever. She holds Dunwall, and we've turned to corrupting the oracular order. The Overseers take guidance from their prophetic sisters, and soon we'll influence their dreams and visions.
Anyone here? Show yourself.
Definitely heard something.
Someone
Better
there?
check.
Holy shit!
Welcome back. I see you found the prototype.
Your acquaintance didn't make it.
It is a risky line of work, I'm afraid, but let's not dwell. I expect you'll be interested in payment. First your finder's fee, of course, and if you like, I can draw up some schematics based on the prototype, something you can use to modify your tools. And as a token of my appreciation, a discount at the shop.
A fair deal.
Come in, my friend. Always a delight to see you. This is what I have for upgrading your equipment. Farewell, and do think of us again.
So it's done.
Ashworth won't be a problem anymore.
Good. But Emily, there's something else. Back when I lived in Dunwall, I did things that I'm not proud of.
Isn't that a requirement for citizenship?
What I've got to say is not a joke. I knew Delilah and Ashworth. Bought into their bullshit. Which led me down a bad road. To be honest, before all this, I thought Delilah dead. I don't want to get into it right now. But I felt like you should know. There are things I regret.
You never know who to trust, do you?
Everybody makes mistakes, Empress. You'll have to tell me all your secrets someday. Are you ready to leave now?
Yes. Let's go. Take me back to the Dreadful Whale.
Another step toward the Duke of Serkonos and Delilah.
For several years, Delilah's been here, getting stronger, turning people against me. Why didn't I see it coming? What was I doing during that time? Pretending to listen at court, ruling through an army of bureaucrats, waiting for the next chance to get free of Dunwall Tower. Well, now I'm free. If only I could go back. Aramis Stilton was once an ally of the Duke, the owner of Karnaka's mines. Stilton lived in a fortified bunker at the heart of the Dust District. No one's seen him for years, since around the time Delilah started making her moves. But whether Stilton's alive or dead, his home holds the key to Delilah's immortality.
Megan can take... Megan is out in the city, but I'll explain.
I need to know why Delilah can't be killed. Everything we've learned implies that something strange happened at Aramis Stilton's home 3 years ago, but then he disappeared.
Stilton lived in a bunker kept secure by a fancy lock made by Jindosh. Maybe inside you'll learn more about how to stop Delilah.
But I have to get there first. Through a ruin created by the Duke, where my father grew up.
Megan had an intriguing idea. Paolo is leader of the Howlers. He wants Vice Overseer Byrne killed, and of course, Byrne wants Paolo dead too. Both groups will attack you on sight, but walk in with the corpse of their chief enemy, and they'll treat you like family.
You think they'll help me get into Aramis Stilton's home?
I'm pretty sure that will work.
Seeing this place and these people, I can feel my perspective changing. How will I be different after this? The Dust District. I've read about the winds coming through the cleft in Shindaray Peak, how the city uses it for windmills and mining operations. With Ashworth eliminated, that should hamper Delilah's plans.
Ready now?
Ready.
We'll take Megan's skiff closer.
Who was the man I'm after? Aramis Stilton?
An ally to the old Duke, loyal and smart. Stilton helped build modern Karnaca with those silver mines. Started as a miner and worked his way up until he was a prince of industry. But now the new Duke drives the mine crews night and day. Dust falls non-stop onto the district. What was once prosperous is now in ruins.
I suppose the Duke doesn't care, as long as he sips from silver cups.
And what are the cups at Dunwall Tower made from, Empress? In any case, you'll have to pass through the Dust District to reach Stilton's home. Maybe he's still in there, or maybe he's dead. Once you reach the Dust District, she'll tell you more. I'll wait here with the skiff and take you back to the dreadful whale after you finish.
Then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's hounds. One young lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade, and that was it. She was one of the Duke's distant cousins.
Shit. Let's hope they do enough damage to each other so the fight goes out of them.
That won't happen until someone manages to kill either Paolo or Vice Overseer Byrne. And I don't see you or me beating the path to the Crone's hand or up to the temporary stronghold the Abbey's got set up.
Like that.
Holy shit! That's it! Let's go! Ah!
Hello, Emily. Stilton's home is just beyond here. But getting inside will take some effort. I've been doing reconnaissance. Talking to people. The Overseers and the Howlers have divided up the district. Just ahead is neutral territory where no one will harass you. But further on, the Howlers and the Overseers both have boundaries set up. And beyond those points, they'll attack you on sight.
Aramis Stilton is the real goal. Sokolov said you had an idea.
Yes. I believe that if you take out Paolo or Vice Overseer Byrne, the other one will grant you safe passage and will help you get inside Stilton's home. Neutralize either one of them, and bring him to the other.
What else do you know that might help me?
Byrne is protected by the Overseers. Paolo has the Howlers, but I think he's also got some kind of black magic charm. They say he's got to die twice before the sun sets, or he can't be killed. Good luck with that.
This is the Duke of Sarkar. Been told that people are complaining about dust from the mines falling on the city. Yeah. Been told that people are complaining about dust from the mines falling on the city. Yes. War is expensive. You may not be aware that our silver mines are operating past full capacity in order to fund our conflict against the Northern
What do you do when two of your enemies are killing each other?
Paulo got cut down. The second he was there, the next he was gone.
The dogs are swarming with rats. I know.
What's going
on here, girl?
The outside
Die,
is
witch!
No!
What's going on here? I don't want to die. Parasite!
That is worth a fortune.
What was that?
I can't see! This isn't! Huh?
Back to the board. Someone's asking for trouble over there.
Thought I saw someone right here. Let's check the place just in case.
Come on! I don't have time for games.
You can't hide from us.
Did you hear that?
Trouble sleeping again last night. Maybe I ought to try one of those sleeping tinctures. But they can get
on my nerve.
You're gonna pay for this.
This won't take long. I'll keep that knife startled. You've been living us. Shit, think you look tough?
Come on!
In your face?
You're gonna pay for her gas.
My arm! So disappointing. Thought we were having a this one's carrying coin. Aim at the head. I want it.
Come on, let's finish this.
Anyone here? Show yourself. Let's see what you got. Howlers, over here. No way.
In case you're wondering, Paolo's not one of those unhinged cultists who believe I will grant them favors if they leave a big enough offering or play just the right musical notes. He doesn't care a fig for me. But he put up this shrine because he found the hand of an old witch I knew once. And Paolo saw right away that it pays to have an edge. Sometimes, pieces of us linger long after we're gone. The Duke of Serkonos inherited a vibrant city and wasted no time stripping it to the bone. What will he leave behind? And what about you? Who will you leave to pick up the pieces here in the Jewel of the South?
Stinks around here. Someone is asking for trouble over there.
A dead heretic. Always good news.
That's the end of Paolo!
Impressive.
Echoes of lies come
Good
back
riddance.
as the voice of the outside.
Huh? You've seen the good work we do. In time, the Isles will be free of witchcraft and heresy. Of the unknown that would drag us screaming into the night, never to return.
I didn't see the one coming through the window. She was quick.
Not a word from that Paolo. Do you have any idea the good you've done? With Paolo out of the way, I've got big plans for Karnaca.
I've heard about you and your ambitions, Vice Overseer Byrne. But for me, this was a means to an end. Does the Abbey remember its friends?
Yes, we do. And our enemies. What is it you want?
I need to get into Aramis Stilton's home.
Now that's a curious thing to want. There's something very wrong with Stilton's house. It's actually a great concern to me.
I need to know what happened there. Help me, and you'll benefit again.
Thanks to the Duke, we've lost our proper place here in Karnaca. And we've been fighting just to hold the streets against the heretic Paolo. But you stopped his black heart for me. And for that, I'll give you what you want.
I'm listening.
Interrogating one of the Howlers? We learned that some of them knew how to open up the Jindosh lock and enter Aramis Stilton's home. Probably just Paolo and a trusted few. What you're looking for is probably connected to why the Duke had Kieran Jindosh seal up Stilton's home.
All right, then. This might be the most worthwhile visit I've ever paid to the Abbey. I'll remember your help, Vice Overseer Byrne.
As will I, assassin. Take our friend here away. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Huh? Who opened this door? Maybe the wind does something.
Stilton's house is cursed. Look after yourself.
A glittering thing. That's all it was. A bauble. A trinket. Yet it caught my eye. Why be tempted by such gilded nothings? Hello? Someone there?
Never mind. Maybe another time.
Or not. Let's go.
Damn this dust.
It worked. The information was correct. Time is an odd thing. Growing up, I was excited about what the years might hold. About the empire I'd someday rule. I recall childhood moments, with my mother on her throne, and my father, a figure of mystery. I remember the rat plague, my mother's murder, and all that happened at the Hound Pits pub. Now this. I just want to put an end to Delilah's life, and get my father back. This house holds Delilah's secrets. She pulled herself up from tragedy, grabbing the Empire and changing it to her liking. With Duke Luca of Bell, she transformed a coddled dilettante into a schemer who helped her take my throne. She's made herself immortal, and even my father's sword couldn't stop her breath. I'm going to find out how she did these things. The next time someone shoves a sword through her heart, it'll be me, and I expect her to die. That's strange. I feel drained by this place.
Would this place be any different had I not passed from the world?
Could that be Stilton?
We'll be getting started soon. The Duke's beloved is coming back.
Collect yourself, Mr.
Warm
Stilton.
the quilts, will you?
3 years ago, something inside Aramis Stilton snapped like a cheap lock. A part of him and a part of this house never left that evening. The Duke's inner circle are still gathered here, setting their grand plan into motion. Delilah's plan. And a part of Aramis Stilton is always here, still breaking. The Void is not exactly a place, and it's much older and stranger than you could ever know. It watches you from within. And at the heart of Stilton's house, the Void is leaking through a pinprick left behind by Delilah's little trick. Even magic is perverted here, and things don't work like they should. Take this. Imagine it's a kind of timepiece. Go and watch the Duke and Delilah. See for yourself what they did.
Like it's going to be cold tonight. I dreamed the Duke and I were hunting, but the deer had faces.
By the Void.
Your guests are waiting in the study. The Duke is demanding refreshments, and I can't get in without the combination.
There's a note on the door, Captain Windelbaum.
What? He's out back. I need the code to the study.
It's in his notebook, ma'am, but he keeps it with him.
Thank you, Corporal. Speaking bluntly, I really don't like Stilton's guests. Earlier, I got my ass chewed out by the Royal Curator. What's her name?
You're talking about Brianna Ashworth, I believe.
Yes, that's her. She's an odd one. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Captain.
The Duke is paying the Howlers to drop food for Stilton. Stilton's home was quite nice before whatever happened.
Huh?
Oh, that sounded like broken glass.
What?
Huh?
Hey!
The center of the manor is off limits tonight. Everything around the study.
What's so special about the center of the manor?
Nothing, usually. But the Duke and his party are here tonight, and they don't want to be disturbed. So that entire part of the house is under lockdown.
What will change in the present based on what I do here tonight?
Tonight, Duke of Bell and the others will drink my expensive whiskey and scheme. Jindosh will watch me like a cat with a half-chewed mouse. Ashworth will sneer about how conventional the rest of us are. Missing the obvious, she'll flirt for a while, then put me in my place. I'll sit on my anger, remembering with the swung a pick in the mines, and now the fine folk are guests in my house. If they want to hold a seance, who am I to say it's nonsense? Whatever happens, I'll regret it. But afterward, Megan's coming by. Talking with her.
You have to understand. I'm going to call for help if you don't go. Leave at once, or
You
I'll
have
call
to
for
understand.
help.
I'm going...
Guards! Someone! Help! Help me! Someone! Anyone!
Boat of my own. That's the life.
Mr. Stilton's given away another...
The air feels almost electrified here. The Grand Guard was protecting Stilton back then.
Too far. May I live to see that day. Theo, forgive me.
Should have listened to Mom and become a hairdresser.
When tonight is over, the Duke will have to trust me. I'll know his secrets too well. Or will that make me too dangerous to keep around?
I'll help you look around.
After tonight, it will all go well.
That notebook contains Stilton's combination.
Whiskey or something. Maybe one of them 2 free drinks.
I can't hear anything. It'd be easy if we could open the door and get closer.
You sure the combination you saw doesn't work? I got a glimpse of Stilton's notebook last month, but he must have changed the combination since then. Damn. What? Huh? Little shit!
Vice Overseer Byrne. If only you could see this. You'd have nightmares.
Welcome again to my house. Let's get this over with.
What we're about to attempt has never been done. It's beyond my understanding, and certainly beyond yours. If anyone has any doubts, set them aside now.
This defies rational understanding. It's the frayed edge when natural philosophy crosses over into something else.
Yes, I can feel it. We risk madness.
The more I hear, the more I think this is ill-advised. Who wants to speak with the dead? If this Delilah really was killed or banished from the world, what if she's lost her mind?
Delilah's stronger than before. The Duke and I have heard her voice, whispering to us. And now it's time. So take your positions. Focus on the voice. You can feel her power, can't you?
By the stars! This is more exciting than any orgy I've ever attended.
Wait! We can't really. Idiot!
Returned from the cold, from forever.
How curious. It seems to have worked.
My spirit is safe now, inside this thing. Luca, you must lock it away.
I can still see the insides. One has become a stone, the other reforged and marked by the one whose eyes are black.
Poor Aramis. I feel obliged to take care of him out of loyalty to my father.
Wait. You are hidden, but I know who you are. I know when you are. You've come to watch me return, and someday I'll come
The
for you.
void beyond the world is strange. I won't ever understand all I've seen.
Focus on the void behind the world. You can feel her power, can't you?
By the stars! This is more exciting than any orgy I've ever attended.
Wait! We can't really. Idiot!
Returned from the cold, from forever.
I really mean it.
I need to get out of here. Back to the Dreadful Whale.
the very edges of the void. But this one is special. It's the place where my throat was cut 4,000 years ago. This is where my life ended, and where it began again. It's where they made me.
This part of the void feels older.
Right up until the end, I thought I'd find a way to escape. I fought, but the roots only cut my skin, so I went limp. And then the knife touched my throat, and I knew I'd waited too long. The blood ran out, and I became a god. Now you know Delilah's secret. At the end of her days, she drifted through the void and should have been lost forever. But her will and cunning are second to none. She found this place, the island in the void where I became what I am. It changed her, and she discovered a way to draw from it, tapping into the power here. Delilah is a part of me now, and I don't like it. You have to give Delilah credit. She tore out a piece of herself and hid it away, inside a thing made of bones. She's made herself immortal. If you want to kill Delilah, you're going to have to find her spirit and give it back to her. Reaching it won't be easy, but what comes after that might be the hardest thing you will ever have to do.
The world contains more mysteries than I imagined. And now to meet up with Sokolov again at the skiff, after a very strange day.
This door was sealed by order of the Duke. He had that Kirin Jindosh build the special lock. What? Guards! Someone! I need assistance!
Until someone puts an end to it. Are you ready to leave? The dust is wreaking havoc on my throat.
Yes. I paid a visit to Paolo and the Howlers, and I've been to Stilton's house. We can go. Duke Luca Abel tore down the old palace in Karnaca and built himself a new one. A monument to his ego. Whether he knows it's coming or not, I'm here to make him pay for everything he's done. I'm going to show him what happens to those who turn traitor to the Empire. After tonight, the Duke will either be dead or deposed, depending on how this plays out. Whatever happens to Sir Konos in the aftermath is his fault, not mine. I've got to get inside, take care of the Duke, and find a way to steal Delilah's soul.
Can feel it. This is my last night. Soon, I'll dissolve into the great nothing.
You can't. I need you.
I've stayed too long. Find Delilah's spirit. Trap her with this cage of dead flesh. Set me free.
I don't understand.
You will, very soon.
Taken this long for someone to go after the Duke.
Is it a curse or a blessing to linger past your time in the world?
People built it. Are you ready for this?
I've been inside a dozen castles and 100 mansions, and they're the same everywhere. The Duke's palace can't be anything worse than Lady Brisby's social afternoons.
Killing off Duke Abel is only part of the puzzle. You've also got to find whatever it is he's keeping for Delilah.
You were cryptic about what you gleaned from visiting the Dust District, which is fine. The world is better with a hint of mystery. But once you're inside the Grand Palace, whatever you do could affect things in Karnaca for years to come. Remember that.
The Duke has pissed away any respect I might have had for his position. He's going to pay for his part in Delilah's coup.
Should we head toward the palace?
All right, let's go.
At the palace, the Duke has a lookalike body double, meant to confuse assassins. A friend of mine washes the linens and said the double is a smoker, if that helps. Maybe you can talk to him. She says he's a nice guy. What a shitty job, pretending to be a tyrant like Duke Luca Abel.
It's remarkable that people tolerate the Duke.
He's got an army, control of the mines, and he's had your support from the capital. At the Duke's parties, people carve up the country while eating boiled crab.
There were parties like that in Dunwall, full of toadies sucking up to me, stabbing each other in the back.
Poor Empress. I could see those party lights from the roof of the abandoned butcher shop where I slept, in the flooded district.
I know you grew up hard, Megan. I used to wander Dunwall with my face hidden. But when I got tired of it, I could always go back to the tower. Karnaca's given me perspective.
Good. After you've eliminated the Duke, find what he's holding for Delilah and take it. When you're finished, I'll pick you up in the skiff.
Maybe rightful owners coming to pick it up. What's the delay getting it to the shop? Better you afraid we'll get caught?
The guy that runs the shop is nervous. But if they just let us move it straight off the boat. Now, I got a friend over at the shop. Been running protection for black market shops for years here in Karnaca and over the coast.
Hey! What happened here? He's been choked out. Alright, let's split up.
You're not supposed to. Ah!
It'll be that sadistic.
Get away!
I'm not in.
Ah! It's you and me now!
I don't want to die! Oh.
Holy shit!
Of the whole thing. Then who's got to clean it up? Me, of course, as always.
The alarm? What's going on?
Something's gotta give.
back here!
Take that! You're so loud! You're up! Oh! Ah! Ah!
Welcome. I'm certain you will find what you require here. A deal well made. A pleasure to do business. Very good. Do find me again.
Tonight, I'm gonna trade in some wages.
Wouldn't miss that.
Here you are, back among your own people. The palace-born and those who curry their favor. Are you feeling more comfortable, Majesty? Are these the people you want running a quarter of your empire? No? It never seemed to bother you before. Maybe it looks different up close. Maybe here it's harder to ignore the way the people outside the palace get through the day. In any case, I know what you're after. The heart you carry can only hold one spirit at a time. So, if you want to walk out with a piece of Delilah, you better be ready to leave something behind.
Come here.
Wait.
What's going on here? Yeah, I don't want to die. A body? Here? Huh? What?
look pissed off.
Yeah, you bet I am. I just got the answer about my transfer inland. Relocation denied.
Look on the bright side.
Get out the beatings when they're needed. Just don't want my kids growing up here. It's too dangerous. What the fuck is going on here?
There's another spirit here, beyond its cage of flesh. Someone might coughs black from his lungs. He hides it
Get ready to pay, Duke of Bell.
them too.
I can't tell them apart.
You know who's assigned to protect the Duke's quarters tonight?
Nope. As long as it's not me, I don't care.
Who's there?
I definitely heard something. Better check.
It'll be a long night. I've ordered food sent over to the Duke's quarters.
How do you know it'll get to the Duke? I just got this assignment, but yesterday I heard the Major talking about the Duke's political double.
You don't worry about that. Besides, in the end, it's all the same. We serve the food, and the Duke decides who eats it.
When I first met with my inner circle, I saw nervous faces. Even the boldest were afraid, wondering if we'd live to see another feast. Now Zirconis is ascendant, but this is a story that began long years before. I knew Delilah when I was only a boy, and even after she was lost, dead, and gone from the world, her memory burned in my mind. Until finally I began to hear her whispering, calling to me from the void. Telling her story of growing up in Dunwall Tower and the half-sister who cheated her of her throne. Then she told me there was a way to bring her home. Delilah. Beautiful. Immortal.
Maybe I should just work a double shift, so I don't have to listen to him tell me about how good it was under the Duke's father.
Don't look so disappointed. It's not about the inner circle is packed with the Duke's
Duke's fiddles. At least I'm not one of them.
Exactly. And think, when all this fighting over thrones is settled, the Duke's going to need men to take charge in the Northern Islands by this time.
Poor brother died there. But that's where I met Delilah.
They got it all. Last time I had a day off was in the month of ice.
It seems the Duke has some of the Jindosh Clockwork soldiers.
I always shit. Bet a week's wages. Hairs on the back of my neck are tingling. I get a feeling something bad is gonna happen. Just
I don't care what's going on.
I'm going to concentrate on my...
Holy shit! Shit, lost her.
business
now we're connected. All these years later.
Can't stay hidden forever.
Parasite. I bet this opens the Duke's vault.
On the move. Show yourself.
Make a note. Remove this playback after the final field test.
This must be the Duke's vault.
If this plays, the machine
People don't
What
hide
did you
their
do if you
faces
were the Duchess of Zirconis, or
something
some other
bad.
ruler, the Queen of Morley, or even the Empress?
More of what I already do. Screwing, eating fine meals, smoking the best Haverweed. And when I wasn't doing that, I'd be buying exotic furniture from Tibia.
Someone's always claiming they've seen a masked sailor or some other rubbish. I say it's a
It feels like we're living in an age of wonders.
Dreams and new ideas. We eat the finest foods and we're guests in the Grand Palace.
Well, you can. Something's about to change.
I say bring it on. Whatever's happening, I'm ready.
Something feels wrong.
We've been playing every... Entertain a statue?
Someone said the Duke believes Empress Delilah can talk to him through the statue. Guilty as anything.
I've always hoped I'd see the other eye.
Who's that?
I'll search with you.
Let's see. What was it?
No, I'm sure.
I wonder who that was.
Let's see what Duke of Bell keeps hidden away in here.
Still idling. Take this opportunity to back charge second coil.
This is the thing Ashworth made to hold Delilah's spirit.
Blink. The machine sees someone behind it. Detached. Quarry lost. Audio connecting. Playback. The machine is over. Contained. Shut down. Enemy evasion successful.
This is it. Release me from this dead vessel, free of this poison world, and trap Delilah's spirit.
You were all I ever wanted.
Let me go. I've seen too much of this world. There's blood on your hands.
I did it for you. To keep your throne. For your legacy.
My daughter, you are becoming everything I fought against. I love you. but let me go.
So it's done. Now to take Delilah's soul back to her.
The heart of my half-sister? Only her flesh remains.
I wonder if it was even really alive.
Never gain back what you lost here.
Are true about the Crown Killer. The old Empress, really? They're a bunch of degenerates.
Why should I trust someone who hides their face? A body? Here?
Whatever you need, I can't help you. Be on your way, now.
Huh? What?
There. Now to wait.
I saw the signal. So, is that it? The fall of Karnaca?
Duke Bell is dead. Long live whatever comes next.
Back to the dreadful whale, then, and on toward Dunwall.
Yes, at long last. To take back the throne and find a way to save my father.
Ready then?
Take me back to the ship.
All right. As you want.
My life story changed when an assassin named Dowd drove a sword through my mother's chest. Now I'm coming home with the same purpose in mind. Is this what Dowd felt? Planning the approach, wondering how it would feel to kill an empress? Whatever grand scheme you've got underway now, Delilah, you were smart when you stole this place from me. You knew who among my people to corrupt, and you took away my strongest ally. My father. But you didn't know me. You only saw a sheltered princess. You never thought I'd fight back. You don't know me, Delilah. But you will.
Turn in my life. Witness to how remarkable what Delilah's accomplished. Coming from such a background, taking the throne. Now that we're here, I suppose you know where to go and what to do. You've killed a legion. So what's one more?
If anyone deserves it, it's Delilah. She's got so much to answer for.
At my age, I've come to distrust words like deserve. As I've told you, I knew her long ago. Badly wounded, deep at her center, but cunning, and looking for a way to pull herself up. Perhaps more than anything, Delilah had a talent for imagining the world as a better place. If only that could have been channeled towards something less twisted.
It's probably too late to dwell on regrets.
Everyone feels some regret, atop a long line. Mine is now chiefly that I'm out of time. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Anton. Home at last. It feels like another lifetime living in the tower.
In back alleys. Killers fight. Hey, there you are. I wanted a chance to talk.
Megan, I'm taking the skiff. I want to go to Dunwall Tower alone.
All right. Do you know how you're going to kill Delilah? If you leave her alive, she'll come for you sooner or later.
I'll do whatever's necessary. No one takes what's mine.
Just make sure you don't hesitate. Delilah's dangerous.
You don't have to worry about that. If old Samuel could see me now.
Take me to Dunwall Tower. Bring me back to the cage of my own chest.
Oh, I will. Delilah will be made mortal again.
You let your mother slip into oblivion. Do you know where my mother is resting? In a child's coffin, her skinny legs tucked beneath her, because I couldn't afford proper burial, while my father rests in the Imperial crypt.
You're lying.
You still can't accept it, little girl. Your father was born a nobody. I inhabit your mother's heart, and my body walks the halls of your crumbling palace and sleeps between your sheets.
If I learned anything in Karnaca, it's that you only deserve to keep your throne if you're ready to roll out a red carpet of blood before it. We'll be face to face soon, and I'll end you, Delilah. Hard times in Dunwall, with the new Empress and her crew taking over.
It's all a plot.
Let's see. I have some upgrade plans for your gear.
Glad we could do business. You won't regret it. Come back next time you need something.
Strange times. Seems different somehow. Bad.
Welcome home, Your Majesty. Delilah's been waiting for you, with murder in her heart, but also fear. She tore her spirit apart to avoid the sting of death. And now, her nightmare is coming for her. And it's you. Moving through Karnaca, you left a trail of corpses at your back. But in Dunwall, Delilah has amassed her own pile of bodies. All hail the Empress, assuming there are any subjects left to rule.
Anyone here?
I saw the High Overseer fall. All is lost. Leave this place.
The Abbey assaulted the tower?
Somehow we were overcome. Not just Delilah's sorcerers and their gravehounds, but mechanical men. Automated soldiers. The ancient music was useless against them.
Rest now. But know that I'm going to end Delilah's reign. I swear it.
At death's door, I smell the corruption of the void upon you. A heretic against a heretic. Laughable. The world is doomed.
Ancient garden, stinking clay, yellow dye. Six hands blend, make the pigments block the wind.
But a few days ago, she was spending all her time in that bleak little overseer chapel.
I can use the elevator to reach Delilah up in the throne room. It makes me furious seeing the tower like this.
Let me help you! Let's have a look around.
take the elevator to the throne room.
The humming.
What?
We'll both die, but you're...
Why is the electric running again?
There was.
I adore the sound they make hitting bottom. So delicate, so fine.
The old woman we pushed off the roof cared more about these dishes than she did her own.
I don't like this cold light.
You're not...
You will take me back and die at my hands.
What has Delilah done to my throne?
Closer, closer.
Dead and gone. Such a tragedy.
Point me at her.
The Empire came apart like parchment in the rain. This city is beneath my scorn. Its people fickle and disloyal. Luca, my love, murdered before your time.
Now we can be together. You must know by now that
You've brought me back my spirit.
Follow me, dear Emily, and see how I will reshape all things.
this is the world she dreams about.
Why shouldn't my people love their empress? All that was taken from me, in return, I will take back.
Empire only needs one empress, Delilah.
What happened?
Let's sit down. I'll explain it all.
After facing a powerful supernatural enemy, the Empress and her royal protector saw a ferocious ally in the Abbey of the Everyman, who at long last began to enforce unrestrained righteousness across Serkonos. In Dunwall, with the death of Delilah Copperspoon, her coven lost its power and was smashed, their disastrous coup brought to an end. The rightful Empress once again seized her throne, and so it was that Emily the Vengeful rooted out the last of those who had betrayed her and ruled over her empire with her legendary father, Corvo Attano, standing by her side. In his day, Anton Sokolov lit the fires of industry, starting a great consuming blaze at the heart of the empire. He saw his machines used for war and oppression, watching the powerful crush those beneath them. Leaving Dunwall for the last time, he turned to the cold north, his energy spent at last, only an echo of the man he'd aspired to be. There are things that never change, no matter how hard you try. Questions you must answer. As Megan Foster faded from the world, Billy Lurk stepped from her shadow, setting out to discover her truest self, and seeking the closest thing she'd ever known to family.